Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am the founder and owner of Strategic Solutions and the company called Huertas e Decus, or Excellence and Distinction in Latin. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. And the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our first speaker this afternoon is Mr. Damon House. Damon grew up in New York City, hearing the competing challenges that disparate communities face to compete effectively in today's economy. He's worn several hats throughout his career and lifetime. A hat of a thinker, as a strategist, as a doer, as a deployment director, and as a communicator, educator, as a community engagement manager. All of those to be able to drive results and drive change. So welcome, Mr. Damon House. Hey, Damon, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone out there.
Yeah. So I understand you have a wealth of information you're going to want to share with folks. First, where in New York City are you coming from?
Actually, the Upper West Side, 96 Columbus. Is where I was born and raised, but right now I live in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. And today I'm coming to you live from nice and snowy Detroit, Michigan. So I get around.
There we go. Good. Well, I'm in Brooklyn. Been here for a few years, but and know the DC area, but also know Detroit because I went to Michigan State. Go green, go white, and
go blue.
You're blue?
My wife.
Oh, well,
so I've been an adopted son of the Michigan Wolverines, the 2023 National Football Champions, and hopefully we're going to see Detroit pull it out for Detroit as well.
We can agree on that part. We can agree on that Wolverine stuff. No. So, well, anyway, I'm going to get out of your way so that you can spread some knowledge on the folks here with your conversation. And as we say here, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Well, thank you. And once again, greetings, everyone. Today, one of the things I want to talk about are some of the services that my firm offers. I am the managing director of the Clay House Group. We are a strategic consulting firm for boutique services, helping organizations digitally transform in today's economy, looking at the intersection of where they are today and where they would like to be in 7 to 10 years. We've been doing that for a number of years, and you can find us online at clayhousegroup.com. And then the newest venture that we have is a nonprofit. It's called the Innovation Mindset Alliance. It is an organization that is a nonprofit supporting HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, and minority serving institutions, or MSIs, as they develop or support their innovation and entrepreneurship centers. These centers, sometimes they exist at these universities and sometimes they don't. But even when they do, there are extreme differences in the services that they offer, the capabilities that they have. And a lot of that ties back into the capabilities of both research and technology that the school may provide, and how that can be translated into innovation and entrepreneurship through the commercialization process. But I wanted to start today, take a step back. When we talk about industries today, when we talk about technology sectors, the one thing we are hearing the most is AI, artificial intelligence. It's everywhere. It used to be a time when it was the most you ever heard about AI was Skynet and the Terminator, and AI is going to take over and it's going to rule the world. Movies like I, Robot, where the AI and those robots became sentient and was able to do amazing things. And I worked for the last 5 years with Microsoft. And I led solutions and strategy for our healthcare, education, and other industries within our global consulting group. When I first got there, it was interesting. I had my director and members of my team said, okay, you've got these healthcare solutions that you're going to be managing and creating, and we need to get some AI in there. And people were talking about AI like it's a sprocket. You just put it in there and boom, it's in your solution. But working at Microsoft is where we were actually developing the artificial intelligence. And I'm going to go into a little bit more on that. But we were developing it, and we actually had it in our solutions. Today, Microsoft supports AI through ChatGPT. I'm sure if you haven't heard of ChatGPT by now, I welcome you out from under that rock you've been living under. Today, I'm going to demystify a little bit around what some of these tools do, how they work. Google has Bard, Anthropomorphic has Claude, and now there are a number of articles and ways that people can create their own large language models, their own AI assistants. And so for new business who are looking at digital transformation, they try to figure out, okay, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do that? How are we going to have AI as a part of what our solution set offers? And when we talk about that, okay, yeah, we've got to wait. How do we? I don't know. And so I want today to demystify what data, AI, data science, machine learning, what all that looks like, so that everybody can have a foundational understanding. And then we can move forward with the application of that data into things like artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence is being used in industries across the world, industries like healthcare, with the research and study of genetics and genomics, or voice processing and natural language understanding, when we look at agriculture and how we can have better understanding of crops and crop yield and livestock. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, the biggest thing to understand is that it's just data. That's it. It is based on data. A large amount of data is pulled together into data sets. Those data sets are quantified based on the information that they have, where they may have come from, access, etc. But at the start, it begins with data. Now, we know the phrase, most of us have heard, garbage in, garbage out. So we know that we have to start with good data. We have to start with data that has been cleaned, that we have all of the parameters for, we have access, everything is great. Okay, start with data. Now, AI or data science or machine learning really says what I want to do with the data. What kind of report do I want to have? So we think about it and we say, okay, I'd like for my AI model to do X. So we look at X and we say, okay, what does that look like? So a coder will develop and write a script for what they want the tool to look into that data and pull out. And so in writing that script, they look at that data and they get a report. Now, machine learning, and this is an important concept, machine learning looks at that and says, okay, for the report that you got, was it a thumbs up or was it a thumbs down? And we know those terms. We're very familiar with those terms. Think of SiriusXM or Spotify, Pandora, and all the other music apps that are out there. Photo apps, other types of arts apps that you face on a day-to-day basis. And every time you say a thumbs up or you say a thumbs down, you are rating how that script pulled out of the data and gave you something. And so the thumbs up says, yes, you did a good job. I liked it. And the thumbs down says, no, this isn't what I was looking for. And by doing that over and over and over again, we begin to train the model. And that's one of the things that you'll hear a lot around artificial intelligence. You have to train the models. It's important. So we have data, we write a script or a program, and then it gives us data. We train that data, and then we go back. And we keep doing it over and over and over again. That is extremely important. Without training that data, without training that model, we don't have AI. We just have a report that comes out. So when you're in, let's use Pandora as an example, and you're listening to Pandora and you've got your music station and it says, I think you would like this song. And you go, yep. And it says, okay, cool. I'll send you more music like that. And when you say, I think you'd like that song, you say, nope. And it says, okay, well, I won't give you any more music like that. An example that I'll give you is that my wife decided to, in the music sound playlist that she had created for our children, she accidentally accepted and gave a thumbs up to a Bollywood song that came on. There was nothing wrong with the song per se, but she just didn't necessarily want it in that playlist. She was trying to go for more of a Janet Jackson, Beyonce vibe. But because she accidentally hit the thumbs up, it started giving her more of those songs. And it's very hard to undo. because all you can then say is, okay, well, no, 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 no to any of those songs that come up. But because you gave it that one yes, okay, there's an issue. And that leads to some of the problems that we see in artificial intelligence in our own day-to-day lives. Some of you may have heard the idea of facial recognition. When we see a face, and does it look like the person that we're looking for? Yes or no? Well, facial recognition, unfortunately, is based on data that was inherently flawed. There have been a number of white papers, so I'm not breaking the internet when I say this, but a number of the data models and data sets that were used to train facial recognition models were based on white Eurocentric faces, period. Most of them were male. Most of them were not female, but most of them were not persons of color. And when we think about the diaspora of the African American, the indigenous populations that are Native American, when we think about the African population, even the Middle Eastern, the Asian populations, a lot of those faces were not in the data sets that they used. And so those models were not trained. Because they weren't trained on it, the models don't understand them. So when they see those pictures because they were not trained, that is a problem. So now you start to see we need good data. We need good models that are written. Unfortunately, the majority of people who have been creating a lot of the retail and industrial models that are out there today are Eurocentric males. So they were doing this from a perspective from which they live. And I don't necessarily blame them for the biases that they brought into writing that code. But unfortunately, those biases did enter it. So we had data that was Eurocentric. We had people who were writing it that were Eurocentric. And so when they rated the reports that came out, unfortunately, they rated it with those biases as well. Now, it's important to talk about biases. When we understand biases, especially as it deals with artificial intelligence, there are really two types that we talk about. There are explicit biases. Explicit are the ones we all know. I don't like you. Here's why I don't like you. I don't know you, but I don't like you because of this reason. It might have been that somebody before you came along and they did something I didn't like, and now I don't like you because I apply that to you. Explicit biases are rooted in racism. They are rooted in misogyny. They are rooted in ageism. They are rooted in a lot of the isms that have negative attached to them and usually are attached to stereotypes. So when you have an explicit set of biases, that those biases may impact the data that is chosen and it may impact the model that is written. There are also those implicit biases. And I had worked with a colleague, Dr. Tanya Martin Mercado, and we wrote a white paper on the implicit biases in AI. The implicit ones are the ones you don't know about, you don't feel. I like everybody, that's fine. But yes, it's okay to pay a woman 82% of a man. It's an implicit bias. I don't mean to pay her less, it's just, she's just not as capable. It may not be explicit. It may just be subtle. It may be quiet biases. And I don't adhere to that. So please, no emails. But those implicit biases, they creep in, they sneak in. And so while a person might believe that they are fantastic and they love everyone and they respect everyone, but those quiet implicit biases then creep into the data. So now I'm collecting a wide array of people, but the population of America is only 10%. So only 10% of my pictures for facial recognition really need to be African American. That's cool. Well, that's not explicit because they're not limiting it because they don't like people of color. It's implicit because they assume that based on the population, that's all the testing that is needed. And so these explicit and implicit biases, whether loud or whether quiet, sneak into the data sets that are collected, the models as they are written, and then the testing as that testing is done. I'll give you a perfect example from the healthcare industry. There is a very famous example, the Jordan Crawley example. African Americans, in how we are diagnosed and treated for kidney disease, there is a factor, it's called EGFR. And that EGFR factor, it measures the way the body and the kidney is processing within the body as a measure of functionality and health. In the 1950s, there was an assumption that, unfortunately, people of color had different biologies. And based on those biologies, a coefficient needed to be added to our numerical value for EGFR. And that coefficient changed what that actual number came out to be. Now, a coefficient, a EGFR of 0.2 means, or less, means that you need a kidney transplant. But a coefficient of 0.21 or higher means that you're not on the transplant list. And that coefficient added to the value for African Americans and kept them further away from being able to get kidney transplants. And the coefficient was added when the person was identified as being of color, being African American. Well, Jordan had 3 grandparents who were white and 1 grandparent who was African American. And the doctor who entered the record in said African American on the form. And Jordan was never able to receive the kidney transplant that he desperately needed because he never crossed that threshold. And that was highly unfortunate. Now, did the people who put that in there explicitly want to keep African Americans from getting transplants? We might not know, but that factor still exists in data today and the data systems within the healthcare industry. If a hospital system here in the United States, here in 2024, does not correct for that coefficient being in there manually, it still exists in the way that data is ingested and is reported in healthcare. So AI is real. I mean, it is really real, and its impact on us can be positive and it can be negative. So I started this conversation today to talk about, we have to understand what this is. You know, I was in a room of executives, lawyers, and we were talking about big data. And they've got my big data, and how I can't let the man have my big data. And these were grown folks. These were not older folks. These weren't necessarily young inside. These were just regular grown folks who got scared because the man had their data. And I had to stand up and help them. It's already too late. It is such an ingrained part of who we are in our culture today. You can't stop it unless you put on a tinfoil hat and you move off the grid. Every time you go to the grocery store and you buy food and you swipe it across the scanner and you give them your phone number, you've given them data on you. And so that's not to say don't stop swiping. Just be cognizant of and understand how that data is being used for you, but can potentially be used against you. So now when we start to think about that data and how that data can be used and what can go well and what can go badly with it, now we start talking about AI and we start talking about data equity. And so under the Innovation Mindset Alliance that I've created, remember, this is where we can work with HBCUs, MSIs. And MSIs, for those who may not be as well informed about what they are, those are minority serving institutions. So they include HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities, Hispanic serving institutions, tribal colleges and universities, predominantly Black institutions, which historical fact, there can never be a new HBCU. The only new HBCU possible today is restarting an old HBCU that may have gone under for various reasons. Predominantly Black institution have its own set of criteria as new schools supporting the African American populace here in the United States. There's also the Asian American, Native, Alaskan, Pacific Islander serving institutions. And then there are some others dealing with non-tribal indigenous populations, etc. So when we look at these schools, one of the things that my team and I are working on is how can we help these schools to drive conversations around innovation, entrepreneurship, commercialization, research, etc. But at the heart of that is data and AI. And so we are creating virtual centers of excellence where students, faculty, corporate partners, nonprofits, foundations, federal and municipal partners, and yes, minority-owned businesses can be a part of what we're doing and can offer their voice and their expertise as we drive these narratives forward. One of the centers that we're going to be creating is a Center for Artificial Intelligence and Data Equity. And so we want to address those inequities and some of that limited access that our communities may have because of resources, because of technology. You know, the digital divide is real. So some communities may have municipal broadband and some may not. We want to look at promoting ethical practices within artificial intelligence. It's critically important. And in those ethical actions, we want the explicit biases to be recognized and pulled out. But we also want to identify the implicit biases. And to find implicit biases, it takes diverse teams looking at the data, the model, the reports that come out, and then looking to see if there are ways that it can be improved. When we talk about bridging that digital divide, we want to foster inclusive participation. So that means minority students starting in kindergarten need to be taught a data mindset. And I'm not saying that they need to be creating large language models of their own or creating their own ChatGPT. But ChatGPT is an LLM that was created based on a lot of data that is prevalent across the internet. And that is its own issue. There are actually lawsuits about that, about how they got some of that data and what data was used. But we need to make sure that as these models are created and tested, our voices are raised and they are prevalent during this process so that we can see the type of data that goes into that and we have that participation. We want to use this data in support of underrepresented and historically underserved communities, businesses, students, faculties, teachers, etc., to make sure that they have a voice in this, that the education process is looking at how to properly teach AI and what that can look like, but also showing the pathways of how it can be ingested and utilized into businesses as they start or as they may transform in today's economy. And we also want to harness AI for social good and community impact. That's critical. It is important that we understand how we can use what is already out there, yes, and transform as we move forward into opportunities for doing more that can really work out for our communities. And so we want to reduce that bias. We want to look at fairness in the AI systems. It's critically important. We want to make sure that the voices are heard. So how are we doing that? Well, we have to make sure that in the data that we're collecting, and this is data sets, this is data coming from different areas, we're getting a diverse perspective within that data. If, again, going back to my healthcare model, if we just collected data from Mount Sinai in New York, and I'm not picking on them, they were just the first hospital that popped into my mind. It could be United Healthcare, it could be Baylor Scott & White, it could be a number of different hospital groups across the country. The larger hospital groups are usually have populations that reflect the population here in the United States. Therefore, minorities are only 40%. African Americans are only about 10 to 15%. And so the data reflects that, the data that is collected. I said we need to make sure that we have diverse teams that are looking at the data that's created and the models that are used. And so as we understand that collection and aggregation of data, now we need to begin researching. And this is one of the challenges that HBCUs and MSIs are now beginning to overcome. Research at HBCUs, most of the schools were actually started as liberal arts schools, just to train people for jobs and get them into the middle class. But now we are beginning to see HBCUs are really doing a much better job of driving industry and technology research with partnerships from organizations like USDA, DoD, NASA, etc. And my firm has relationships with NASA, USDA, and other federal agencies to look at research. How can we drive innovation, technology transfer, and opportunities where schools can access patents and drive more development? So when we do that research, we need to open more doors for our students and for our faculty to be impactful. And lastly, when we look at innovation, people will use the word innovation so blithely. They'll say, "Oh, let's innovate on that. Let's innovate on this." But it is important that we all come together, just like I'm doing right now for AI, and understand what's the language of innovation. What are the terms? What's the foundation where we're all on the same page and we recognize that? If one company has one vision of innovation and another company has another image, the two of them working together can be difficult, but the two solutions that they put forward into the market can be vastly different. And so the one that has the better understanding of the terminology, the capability, the processes, etc., they're probably going to be more successful in the market. And so my team and I look at these institutions and we help them to break down what are the things that they do well: technology, research, industry research. What kind of business programs do they have around innovation and entrepreneurship? And help them to understand how that technology, patents, intellectual property can be translated into new solutions. Some of you in the research field may have heard of terms basic research. I want to look at a thing and I want to find out more about it. How does it work? What makes it tick? Applied research. Well, now I found out more about that thing. How does that work in this industry? How does it work for technology? How can I move that from idea into impact? And then there's translational. Okay, I'm making a solution. How do I bring it to market? How do I commercialize it? How do I gain revenue from it? And when we look at minority serving institutions here in the United States, the revenue that they have from extramural funding, from proposals and grants that they get from the federal government is just a fraction of what predominantly white institutions are getting today in those same spaces. And so this is not me getting on a soapbox and saying that's not fair and we need to, no, I get it. We need to improve what it is that we're doing. And that's what my team and I are working on. How can we help our schools to have a better understanding of how to provide and translate information about what those school capabilities are, their capacity are, and their accountability in this area, how that drives their ability to get more extramural funding. There are a number of phenomenal research programs, centers, innovation capabilities, entrepreneurship sites at our minority serving institutions. And MSIs oftentimes are a predominantly white institution, but for the fact that they have a certain size of population that allows them to scale high enough to raise to that threshold. So Asian American, Native Alaskan, Pacific Islander have 10% or more Asian American or Pacific Islander or Native Alaskan students. And so they're able to get that MSI designation. So that leads to a number of schools like University of Arizona, Texas A&M, University of Central Florida. And the amount of funding that they get is a lot higher than a Howard University, a Morehouse, a Spelman, but even our tribal colleges and universities. So now there's another term that some people have begun coining, coming out of legislation in Congress, just minority institutions, not serving institutions. And so that's a different designation. They typically have a higher percentage of minority population. But these are the schools where my team and I have really focused in. How can we help these schools to better understand tools like AI, the processes that create and model and confirm AI? How can we drive new opportunities in healthcare? How can we drive new opportunities in food and agriculture and food equity, aviation, aerospace, and drone technology, diversity in automotive engineering? These are all industries where minorities have had tremendous impact, but minority-owned businesses may not be as prevalent, and minorities in the executive suite may not be as prevalent. So the Clay House Group is a boutique strategic management consulting firm that helps businesses, both large and small, to understand how to digitally transform. So not just trying to solve a problem that exists today. I've got a problem and I need to fix it. Well, it's cool, but that's problem solving in a year, maybe two. But when you think about digital transformation and strategic engagement, it's not what can I fix in a year, because by the time I fix it, I have a new set of problems. So how can I set a North Star for 7 to 10 years off in the distance, and then begin to work backwards across horizons? So horizon one says, what can I fix in 1 to 2 years? Lay the proper foundation towards the North Star. The journey of 1,000 steps begins with the first one. Horizon two is, what can I achieve in 3 to 5 years? Am I still on the proper journey towards that North Star? And then when we think about 7 to 10 years, we need to keep the eyes on the prize. We need to make sure that we're moving in the right direction. Oftentimes CEOs today, especially of smaller businesses, wear so many hats that we get caught up in the thick of thin things, as Stephen Covey once said. I've got to solve this problem, and I've got to solve that problem, and I've got to do this, and I've got to do that. And we get so caught up in today that we lose sight on where that North Star is, and we get caught up and the blinders are on, and then we realize we've gone over in this way, but the North Star is back over here. And so that's what my firm and I help businesses and organizations do as they're seeking to transform. And so we're bringing that now to the institutions of higher learning. How can we help them to build out their research capacity, capability, and accountability? How can we help them to build out industry capabilities? Now, if you are a minority-owned business, Black business on this network, and you say, okay, well, I'm really good at agriculture or supply chain or healthcare or whatever it happens to be, how can you help one of these institutions in their goals of driving forward? It's not about just getting more students anymore. A university can get 5,000 students and still struggle with budgets and revenue, because tuition alone just doesn't cut it anymore. Now, the really successful schools at that higher level are looking at how can they gain revenue just from research. As an example, Virginia Tech University, because I live in Northern Virginia, Virginia Tech, was one of those schools early in the development of solar panels that came up with some IP and some technology. And when those patents went out and became commercialized, VT started getting a couple of pennies on the sale of every solar panel, and that made them a lot of money. And we could say the same thing for a number of the other institutions out there. If a school is not making revenue, generating revenue coming off that IP, then, or somehow from their research, then they're really just looking at how can they get more from grants and proposals, or how can they get more from tuition. And so those are the schools that are struggling in the day-to-day, check-to-check, year-to-year. But being able to take that step back and think more longitudinally allows for schools, and yes, also small businesses, mid-sized businesses, to be able to say, okay, you know what? This is a problem, and that's why I have a team. The team needs to solve it, while the CEO, the founder, the owner can continue looking strategically to make sure they're going in that right direction. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to have this time to talk to you today. I hope you learned something. I believe that every one of these opportunities for us to engage is an opportunity to learn. And so I ask you today, as you take this new knowledge, let your normal and let your mediocre die, and please allow your excellence to shine through for those around you.
Great talk, Damon. Really appreciate you being here and sharing your knowledge. And there was a lot of info and knowledge that you passed on to folks. So I hope they appreciate that. I got some stuff out of it. And I love the focus on not only just solving the event, but solving the issue, resolving the issue, the long-term aspect of it. So if you start looking at that, you get broader solutions rather than, narrower, solutions. So appreciate that. Now, for people who want to work with you, get more information about what you do, how they can use you, more information about the things you talked about, what's the best way for them to reach you?
So thank you. Once again, my name is Damon, Damon House, and I'm at the Clay House Group. So ClayHousegroup.com. So you can find me at Damon at ClayHouseGroup.com. And then we also have innovationmindset.net, where you can find out more about some of the work that we're doing with the minority serving institutions.
All right. Well, again, we appreciate you being here and sharing your knowledge. Look forward to having you back again. And as we say, genius is common. We'll see you on the other side. All right. Thanks, Damon, for sharing all of that. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. So you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Or you can use the Cash App that should be rolling across the bottom of your screen. The account number $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So if you're a student, you can register online also at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So again, we'll remind you, donate to the fund. We also want to take time to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors for the month of January. Those sponsors include NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for more programming. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
You need to be messaging and communicating to a lot more folks and getting them committed to you as a brand and feeling that you are trustworthy, as a subject matter expert, and for their needs and their pain points. That says, look, here are my pain points. Here's the problem that I have that I don't want, or the benefit that I want that I don't have. And Grant and Sydney understand that and are giving me information to be able to assist, in my eliminating those pain points.
You're going to get a lot out of this workshop. We're going to show you ways that you can begin to look at this particular problem, that you can apply different formulas, techniques, and skills. They're going to get you to that next level. And then you'll understand the value that we're bringing.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Humpton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the founder and owner of Strategic Solutions and Huertas e Decus. I'm a business growth and improvement specialist that works with businesses on and business owners on the power of small changes to big things, helping them to identify and then implement small changes in the key areas of business that will result in the doubling of their profits, usually in 12 months or less, and with a money-back guarantee if I don't deliver those results. I'm also your moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, from Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Mr. Jonathan Lee. Jonathan's renowned for his leadership in bridging legacies across campuses, also known as Black. Champions inclusivity and multicultural understanding in academia. His efforts in organizing diverse educational events has earned him accolades in promoting cross-cultural dialogue within academic communities. Black is an initiative aimed at fostering inclusivity and multicultural understanding with academic communities through seminars, workshops, collaborative events. It seeks to connect diverse student populations, highlighting and celebrating their cultural, historical, and intellectual contributions. This program endeavors to create a more interconnected and empathetic educational environment, promoting dialogue and learning across cultural divides. So please help me welcome Mr. Jonathan Lee.
Awesome. Sidney, thank you so much for having me here. I appreciate your
It's our pleasure, our honor and pleasure to have you here. So I know you have a ton of things. Just, when people hear that bio, the things that you're trying to do, doing one of those things, might be a tough job. And when you're trying to do that in that holistic fashion, that's pretty powerful, one, in its impact, but two, must be very challenging, sometimes probably trying and frustrating in its implementation. So love to have people hear a little bit more about what you do, how you do it, why you do it, and maybe even how they can get involved and help you out in that mission. So
perfect. Thank you, Sidney. It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay. Well, let's start with you just kind of, I read a little bit about it, but if you can talk a little bit more about Black, bridging legacies across campuses, and how long has it been in existence, and what got you started or motivated the initiation of the organization?
It's hard to believe now it's going into its third year of existence. It originally started with George Floyd and Breonna Taylor being murdered. I'm an educator by trade. I went to private boarding school in Alexandria, Virginia for high school. It was tough. I was called everything other than being a child of God by namesake, by being there. And later did cross-country basketball and track there, navigated my time there and that experience, coached basketball there for 14 or 15 years, and then came back as an admissions officer working there as a dorm parent and a mentor. But in the wake of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor murder, there's a moment where social media was ablaze with all the students going to Black ad accounts, Asian ad accounts, Latinx ad accounts to tell their narratives of how they were treated in disparaging ways. And for me, as I looked at that, my heart sank because I didn't have social media back in 1997 when I was a freshman in high school. But as I read those postings of those Black lives, those students, they weren't being valued, they were being marginalized, I had to do something. And that's when Bridging Legacies Across Campuses was created, to highlight the BIPOC graduates across the country in high schools, colleges, and universities alike.
All right. So in hearing that, you mentioned some of the things that you were happening in high school, tools you didn't have, things you didn't know about, et cetera. What were some of the things in your personal life that you reflected on that, not just motivated you to do that, to do what you're doing now, but really drove you and it helped you understand the need and the power of something like Black?
I think it starts with my late parents. My mom, Sheila Lee, my father, Stanley Lee, who have since passed. But they always inspired me to create community, to believe in God first, and to always treat other people as you like to be treated. So in those origins there is a moment of those steadfast values of my North Star. I'm a firm believer in the North Star, of that guiding principle, that moment of shining light to tell you where your principles should rest at and how do you reach that. So every day when I meet people, I never want them to ever question who I am as a Black man and have a stereotypical critique of who I am if I'm the first Black person they've met. Because still today in 2024, there's pockets of the world that are still like that. And so as I lead my day-to-day personal life, I do it with empathy and understanding based upon the principles my mom and dad provided for me, which is something that I instill in my two children as well today.
Now, is Black in a individual camp or on an individual campus, or is it on multiple campuses?
Right now, Black has done outreach to over 80 different colleges, universities, and high schools in spotlighting those individuals. I've done over 190 bios of students, over 30 podcasts as well. But in this moment, I'm a one-man shop in my endeavor of what I do. I reach out to colleges, universities, public schools, and whatnot all over the country, and reaching out to them, trying to stand up a pilot program. There's a moment when everything happened back in 2020 in the awakening of George Floyd and Black Lives Matter, that many institutions label themselves as anti-racist institutions. But yet, when you look at those measurements of what they've done and break down the data analysis of what does it mean to be anti-racist, there aren't many schools that still have anti-racist on their websites now in the start of 2024. There'll be moments where people will stand up things for MLK and what that means for the month of January, and then a little bit of Black History Month, either on the 1st of February or the 29th of February. Thank goodness we get an extra day in leap year this year. But there's a moment where I'm still fighting to get Bridging Legacies indoors. And I guess when people imitate you or duplicate what you do, I'll call a university. They may be, hey, that's a great idea. We don't have bandwidth. But you look up, they're spotlighting different bios from all walks of life, different graduates later. So I guess imitation is flattery. So again, I'm doing my best every morning I wake up, sending out 30 to 40 to 50 emails. LinkedIn is my best friend, where I use all of the abilities to connect with people on LinkedIn to be able to champion the Bridging Legacies mission.
Okay. Well, and I can definitely agree and understand with what you're saying in terms of lip service, the okie dokie, as we say, the head fake, where we get from institutions, whether they be campuses or college, institutions, organizations, or whether they be, some of our corporate institutions that will always give the lip service of, yes, we're committed to that. Yes, we're right there. Yet their policies don't align with that. And that's where we need to hold them accountable for the specific outcomes and things that are really going to be supportive. Now, we have a lot of students that are out there. Hopefully, we have a lot of students that are out there listening to this, watching, etc., who are having day-to-day experiences. So one, hopefully they heard what you said, that you're a one-man show and you could use some help, so that maybe they'll reach out and support. And we'll talk about how they can do that later.
Exactly.
But talk about some of the impact, the things that you're doing specifically to support Black students and faculty on university campuses today.
There's a moment that as I reflect and think about my time, which will build into the story and the narrative, if you're a Black student sitting in a classroom, you don't see yourself with those faculty and those faculty members and mentors. So as you navigate, if you want to be an NFL or NBA player, like many of us Black males aspire to, eventually your ACLs will tell attendance or your back give out. You have to go back to the resting on the books. So as I build community and think about that, there's a moment that if your experience as a Black student isn't positive in the educational journey, you're not coming back to be a teacher. So how can you ever see yourself in a classroom if you don't build synergy and empathy and understanding with those students that are in your core right now? So what I look to do is to champion those cases of those Black students, of who they are, what their lived experience is, to talk about, I understand that you may be going through these things, but please note, you're not the first nor the last to do that. And I asked to create a pipeline in an ecosystem of other Black entrepreneurs, graduates, educated people, mothers and fathers, uncles, grandparents, and whatever have you, to be able to help you provide. that part of my narrative and what I do when I get someone's bio, I ask them to pay it forward by working with someone up, down, below, or parallel in a conversation. There's one young lady that just graduated from university. She was saying she wanted to get out in the workforce and she's looking for an apartment. She goes, I want to live in Washington, D.C. I want to spend about $1,200 for a 1-bedroom apartment and live right by the city. And I was a young lady, you necessarily don't know much about prices. And you might have been in Williamsburg too long, in Williamsburg, Virginia, where housing is very cheap.
Right.
And one of my best friend and my best man worked for a property management company. I was able to, and a Black man, I was able to connect the two of them because he's in my network and have them chat. And he told her in level set, you might need to go on Craigslist, young lady, and get a roommate. So that way you can get a $2,000 to $3,000 apartment and split the bill with a roommate, which is much more practical. So in that moment, it's a lesson learned, right? Not telling the young lady she was unfounded in her desires, but being able to put a positive influence of someone that's been there in that business and industry to help them save money. And I thought that that's something important because there's a moment our parents didn't have golf club access. They don't have country club access to have these deals that are made on the business courts, on the golf course. So my job is to create an ecosystem of what it looks like to have us connected in a positive way.
Yeah. Now, is Black involved in on HBCU campuses as well as traditionally white campuses, or just traditionally white campuses?
Black first sought out to just look at a small niche of a market with private independent boarding schools. And as I looked at that market, and as a businessman, entrepreneur yourself, that market was too small. So I had to expand my market. So I started looking at universities. Then I started looking at HBCUs. And there's a moment where some of the HBCUs are thrown off by the term PWI as I reach out to them, predominantly white institution. And like, we're an HBCU. And I'm like, that is great. I would have loved to have gone to HBCU based upon my trajectory where I went to school. But in that moment, I'm reaching out to everyone because I believe that from the universities to the organizations, there are different demographics of Black folks that have lived so much knowledge. And as much as I'm a sports guy, having coached basketball for years, I don't always want to place LeBron James on that soapbox, knowing that there's Black business leaders that are out there doing great things. And I believe that education with teachers is some of the most important stuff to talk about first, because the teachers are the ones that have access to the kids more than parents do every day. And that's scary when you think about that, for the number of hours our kids sit in these institutions.
Right. Now, when you think, so I went to a predominantly white institution, and knowing the things that Black students experience there in terms of some of the isolation. Hey, I'm one of many. When you're in a class and you're the only one or one of three, when they're selecting student work groups, and you're saying, I'm over here, I need a group. What are some of the things kind of in that day-to-day stuff that you're getting involved with, or how do you get involved with a student on some of those day-to-day kinds of pressures, distractions, frustrations, etc.?
First is a moment of atonement and acknowledgement. There's a moment that these students are having traumatic issues of navigating their day-to-day. So I don't come in trying to have a magic wand to solve that problem immediately. My job is to first listen, learn, and then lead. So in listening, I like to hear what they're going through, not to lead. Whenever I do a cold call of a person, a Black person, I always ask them, what's your narrative and your educational journey as a Black person? I never lead with my bias. I want them to talk about who they are first, so I can listen and engage with that, so that I'm not putting on my pain and angst upon them. So then after listening, I try to learn for them to see where their pinch points are and what they're dealing with. In that moment of conversation, it's also validating them, letting them know that the imposter syndrome or thinking that they're crazy is okay, because what they're dealing with, there's someone else out there. Because that's what I found the biggest thing that I have to deal with is the imposter syndrome. So it's almost like I should go back to school and think about being a therapist, because in part of this conversation, there's a lot of healing that needs to be done on breaking down some of the micro and macro aggressions that are just innate in our persona. I was on a podcast with a gentleman, and he told me, there's a moment, Jonathan, where you keep saying you have to work twice as hard to get get half as far as a Black person. He goes, well, what happens to those people that do that don't make it? Are they not successful? And that kind of set me upside down. I thought about that being like, my parents always taught me to do that. And then as I didn't make it, I felt ungrounded or unfounded in what I was doing. And so for me, it's really having these positive conversations to really narrate to hear what they're dealing with, and then to connect them with other students that as I talk to each person, I kind of categorize their skill set or their background. Okay, this person's from Texas. They're at a predominantly white school. They're at a HBCU. This person has a skill set in the arts or in business, or they want to be a doctor or lawyer. And I think about the people in my Rolodex that I can connect them with at the end of every call I have. And that's the day-to-day I build. Being able to do faculty workshops in institutions to talk to them about not where they're faltering, but where they might have a growth mindset gap or a bias in their approach that's limiting their growth. And that's something I really take pride in, being able to go speak around to different schools, institutions, and different classes as I step into classes to speak as well.
Okay. Talk a little bit about, it sounds like you're creating and implementing several different, kinds of programs, activities, et cetera. Talk about, one of the ones that you think has been the most impactful, either by your observation or by the feedback that you've received.
I definitely have to say it's the podcast. I have Our Faces, Our Voices podcast. It's on the website, Bridging Legacies Across Campuses.org. And in that podcast, I ask 4 to 5 basic questions. Who are you and what do you do? How did you get to your educational point? And this is all pointing towards Black individuals and BIPOC folks. And then it says, when in your journey did you learn that you're a Black person, your educational experience? And I asked the person to be politically correct because I want all listeners to listen. And I asked them if they're working for an institution, not to throw a rock in a glass house to get themselves fired. So I asked them to be politically correct. And in that moment, that narrative is so powerful of what they say. The last question I asked them is, knowing what you know now as an adult, what would you go back and tell a young person or to yourself that looks like you, who's from where you're from? What would you tell them as words of wisdom? And so in that moment, that narrative, that conversation is something that's very powerful to allow other listeners to hear something in there. And if it's only just a 1-sentence soundbite, it's something that's not being discussed in classrooms in that way. And it's something that can be rewound and played in a way. So I love those podcasts, and my listeners and my colleagues and folks that I work with, I'm able to send that to them to say, hey, I have this podcast I'd love you to listen to. And I think that all the things that I do, the podcast is where I find most value at, that it really puts a narrative and it rises the static photographs off the paper to provide a moment of auditory listening. Because again, there's one thing to read a book, but it's another thing to listen and to engage in it in a different way that's more dynamic and provide character to it as well. Okay.
Talk about, your work on campuses. Talk about, how you create, more conversation, communication, dialogue, interaction between, all the, diverse cultural groups that might be present on a campus.
Awesome. I did a keynote speaking engagement with the faculty at an independent boarding school up in upstate New York. And as I got there, I walked around the campus and noticed the classic hallway of all white faculty members, predominantly white men, with maybe 2 white women there. And it was acknowledging the 20-year tenure of professors at the school. And as I got to speak to the 70 faculty members, I politely asked all of them to stand up. And I said, if you've been here for only 1 to 2 years, please have a seat. All of the Black faculty members, the 4 of them, sat down the first 1 to 2 year window. By the time we got done, there were 3 individuals that had been there for 25 years plus. They were white, and I asked them to reflect on, what did you notice as people sat down? And it was crickets. No one said anything. And finally, one of the Black folks finally raised their hand and said, all of us sat down immediately because we only been here for 1 to 2 years based upon.
And we all know each other too, right?
Yeah, they all know each other.
Yeah.
And we all sat down. And in that moment, it wasn't to embarrass them, it was to say, there's a reason that wall looks the way it looks, because you haven't built the longevity of what it means to be a faculty member there. Right. And so I talked about diversity, equity, and inclusion in a very simple way in a sports analogy. If you play basketball or football or do something as simple as just to say basketball, and everyone on the team is right-handed, you're a very easy team to guard because everybody's going to the right side of the court to get to their dominant hand. You need a left-handed person on your team, if not 2 or 3, just to run the offense to the left side of the court, because that's your blind spot. So imagine if you go to a boardroom and everyone are like-minded, always thinking towards the right. And there's never a naysayer in the room to say, you know what, while everyone's agreeing, I like to just raise my hand and say, we should think about going down this other angle. And so imagine when you don't have that diversity, equity, inclusion in the classroom, where everyone's like-minded and no one's contrary to the status quo in that moment. Or if you're the teacher or the principal of the school, or you're into the decision-making and you haven't thought about the other voices that are marginalized and underrepresented or not represented in the community. So as I go into these communities, I look at the demographic of, hey, how many people of diversity are Black that are in the city? Now, what does your school or organization look like? Well, if the city of Seattle is 10%, then how do you not hit the 10% threshold? If the NFL is predominantly African-American, why is it so hard using the Rooney Rule to hire individuals to be head coaches in the NFL? There are all these metrics and things set, but then there's still these data moments where the data tells you that we're still not doing a good job with Black diversity across.
Or it's not a commitment. One of the two.
There's one of the two.
For the speaking engagement, how did you get that?
Again, there's a moment of someone standing in the gap. One of my buddies, an African-American male that I was friends with, got the job as the diversity and inclusion director, and he put me onto the moment to have me be a speaker for his first ever MLK keynote speaking engagement. From that moment, I reach out to everyone. If I were to show you my Google spreadsheet, I've got a spreadsheet over 450 line items where I reach out to schools across the country, and I can tell you I get probably a 25% response rate back. 10% of those are like, please take us off. We're not interested. So in that moment, I look up, say, well, these websites say they're anti-racist and they're building curriculum. Yeah, my phone's not really buzzing ablaze in that moment. And again, I have the ability to find my level of Blackness in that narrative, right? Where you can't come in with the Malcolm X approach as many times. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in many ways was able to get his foot in the door quicker in that moment. So being able to change that and code switch, unfortunately, is something that narrative is all too familiar as being someone that's gone to the PWIs and worked at PWIs for most of my time.
Are you a for-profit, not-for-profit?
I have a nonprofit and I have a for-profit. So I'm in both swim lanes with the two endeavors, but Bridging Legacies is a for-profit.
Okay. All right. We should talk after. I can give you some other maybe avenues you can go down.
Love to.
So, let's keep going on here though, but talk about maybe how universities, let's flip it around. I was asking you what you're doing on universities. How can universities and kind of other institutions support and use you in what you're doing to improve their campus environments and cultures and the satisfaction of their students and employee population?
I'll cut right to the core. When you go to these institutions, and I'm sure wherever you went to school, sir, if you go back and look at your alumni magazine and look at the notes page in the back, there's probably not that many Black and brown people in there that are telling their narrative of their childbirths, of their weddings and anniversaries and doing that. And it's predominantly the white students that are going back in that moment. But yet these universities question, where are the Black dollars at going back into the endowment of the school or alumni development? It's because we as institutions and we as a group of people are looking back at the institution saying, what have you done for positive change? Right. So in that moment, you first have to highlight those graduates and tell their stories. Not the one tokenized Black student that always was involved in that moment, that always came back to homecoming and the events, but finding the other ones that were non-athletic. One thing I'll tell you about with intersectionality, many a times Black male athletes are risen up in a way because they're Black athletes and this, that, and the other, but Black females are left by the wayside of getting highlighted at these universities in a way because they're non-athletic. So my premise is lifting up everyone. So in these universities, these positive conversations can really build synergy because many of us have the autonomy to donate money back to our institutions, but we're waiting. We're waiting for a positive narrative. We're waiting to see the needle move. So the needle moves because the administration goes this way or that way, 2%, but then that person leaves and then the needle moves a negative 6% back. We're waiting again. So in that moment, partnering with Black, I'm able to go and have those conversations with those Black graduates, to talk to them about how their experience was, to connect them in a positive way, to get them to come back to engage. Thinking about my William & Mary degree, being a Bachelor of Arts in Government, there was a moment where I had my first panic attack after I walked across the stage and looked at my parents, and my dad's like, we got to get you a job, man. I'm like, well, Dad, I got a diploma. What's next? And he goes, well, that's where you got to get your resume and cover letter. But how amazing would it have been for other Black Bachelor of Arts degrees in government from William & Mary to be there at my graduation with business cards, waiting for me as I got that diploma, waiting to say, Jonathan, want for nothing. I'm a graduate from William & Mary. I am Black. I have my business. Let me have your cover letter, your resume. Come talk to me so I can let you know that don't be stressed. That's what I would love to establish at every university of whatever demographic a student is, have that representation at the graduation to give out business cards. Because too many times these career services offices aren't really in the weeds to help those students because many students don't go to those offices. So that's something very simple of letting these folks see themselves after graduation and knowing that that panic attack, it's okay to have it, but knowing there's a way out of that and there's some light with support of your elders. Because again, you can't get where you're going if you don't know the people that came before you.
Right. Okay. What's the ultimate measure or metric you're using to determine Black's effectiveness?
That is a great question. It's certainly not to be rich right now. It's really to touch each individual graduate and to make connection. For me, if I try to say it's on doing outreach to these many people, that number can always be higher. But for me, it starts with one. If I can have a positive connection with one graduate to let them know, hey, man, I wish that I would have had this as an undergrad more so quicker. I want to engage with you so I can help the next person. That's my measure of success. If I can create this chain of connection of Black graduates, that's my moment there. That there's this weird moment again, my parents' passing has really affected me in a very a grounding moment of a lot of question. But when I pass away one day, I don't want my individual institution of whatever school or university I work for to be the place that I worked at for 20 years and I gave my life and time to. Because just as quickly as I pass away, they will replace me with someone younger and a little bit cheaper and Black to fill my shoes. I want to be the bridging legacies across campuses as my leading legacy. That is my success in leaving something for my kids is promising and the rest of folks because your time here is limited. And that's really my measurement of success of what legacy can I literally leave by my organization I've created.
Do you have a single story about a specific university where that gets elevated, highlighted, kind of as your flagship institution where you say, hey, I want them all to be like this, or this is closer to what I want them all to be?
I would definitely say, as I've done over 80 bios for Episcopal High School, my alma mater in Alexandria, Virginia, there's a moment where some of the students that I'm highlighting now that are college graduates or adults now, I work with them as their basketball coach. I was their mentor at the boarding school and dorm, and some of them are married now with kids. And there's a moment where they can say, Jonathan, you were the admissions officer that greeted me at the door to this institution. And now here you are still greeting me day to day as I'm a family person. For me, that connection is so important, again, because I believe in legacy. And so as I worked at Episcopal High School, I knew what it was to have one African-American mentor, maybe two, that meant a lot to me. And now that number has grown a little bit more, but I'm no longer at Episcopal. But I still keep my footing and my foundation there because I grew up in Alexandria primarily all of my educational years. And so for me, it's going back to the school that started my educational journey and providing synergy there and still creating a conduit for what these Black students are experiencing to let them know they are certainly not alone and that Mr. Lee, as they call me, or Coach Lee, is still there for them in support. And I plan on going back to graduation to see those freshmen that I left, to see them graduate and walk across the stage, and to do what I promised, to hand them my LLC business card, to tell them, want for nothing, I'm here to support you in your endeavor.
Cool. Now, we've talked a lot about what you're doing on campus. We've talked about what institutions can do in the process. Let's talk about the folks that you are supporting or that you're engaging. So let's talk about those, university professors, administrators, and students. What are some of the things that they can do to get more involved and engaged in this mission?
Well, first of all, they can follow me on Instagram at Bridging Legacies. They can also find me on LinkedIn under Jonathan Lee. I do a lot of good posting there. I'm a huge LinkedIn follower there. But they can also reach out to me via email, which I'll say is jonathan.lee.blac@gmail.com. In that moment, it starts with basically a Calendly invite of a conversation. Every single bio I've done is driven and derives from a 30-minute to 1 hour Zoom session where I talk to each individual person. Every single thing I do is based upon a Zoom meeting. So any email where someone says they're interested, I immediately send them a Zoom link to get on their calendar, or from Calendly, which is a Black-owned company as well, which I love to talk about, to get on their calendar. And because I believe that there's a moment the emails are very dry. If I can grab a cup of coffee with them and they're in my area in Seattle, Washington, I do that all the time. But from that conversation, it's a connection there. And I believe even with job interviews and such, if I can get my foot in the door to do a face-to-face conversation, I'm not going to lose. I'm going to create synergy because hopefully I have the gift of gab. We'll see how folks feel about that. And as Dr. Kelly tells me how I did afterwards, and as you connect me later. But I believe that COVID kind of broke us a little bit in conversating with one another and being able to connect and provide positive autonomy. And it's a blessing that this internet's there. But with these universities, just reach out. Again, I am all for connecting to have positive energy, because too many times we say we're going to make a change, but we don't follow up to actually see what that change means. And that's where I come in at to help.
Okay. And so I will add this to that. If you're a student on a campus, and whether you're struggling or you know others are struggling around an issue that involves race, diversity, feeling left out, not involved, etc., then there's something that needs to change, and that's an example for when you should reach out to Jonathan here and just say, hey, I'd like to do something about X, Y, and Z, or can you give me some suggestions for my campus, or can you give me some suggestions for me, etc. But the more that folks on campuses are stepping up and saying, I want to do something, I want to make a change, and then involving folks like you, Jonathan, the faster those changes will take place. And whether you're a professor, whether you're an administrator, a department head, a student, a freshman, a senior, doesn't matter. Any of those outreaches will be impactful. So
thank you so much.
Go ahead.
No, I said thank you so much for that, because it means a lot. And again, as an educator and admissions officer in the independent school sector, everything you said is important, because we're always learners. We're forever learners, no matter what we do and whatever skill set or industry that we're in.
Right. And I think it's also important. And I was talking with someone recently about the power of percentages and averages. That just says, look, if this is what our average or percentages in the population, then why are we not represented here? Why are we overrepresented here? And why are we always overrepresented in the negative things and underrepresented in the positive things? And that's where you can start, for your change. It just says, I want to change that from being overpopulated in that negative to, underrepresented in that negative. And now how do I do that?
You're so true. My wife can't stand me on Facebook when I get my little fingers ready that in Seattle, there's a little bit of crime. And in the moment that there's crime, I've noticed in this Facebook group we are in our neighborhood that they show these nice white photographs of the criminal or whatever have you, of the white criminal. But then they show this mugshot of the Black folks in the neighborhood. And I chimed in and said, can you not do that? Because the father of a Black children, it's inappropriate. And my wife said, oh no. And a big hornet's nest struck up. I'm like, that's not a positive narrative that you and this group are doing, which is a narrative across the country. And so again, I chime in and say, why is it always us as the monster? Why are we doing that? And that as I meet children, that is why I'm always positive as a Black male. Because again, I want to break the narrative that I'm a dangerous threat, because my life depends on it. Mm-hmm. My son's life depends on it. And that's something that needs to be heard more, that we are not dangerous. That I want to get home to my family just as much as everyone else.
Okay. So to that point, how do you intend, or how would you like the impact of Black to be measured on campuses?
I want the impact of Black to be measured on campuses where there is a Black student organization. There is some Greek life on campuses that matches the Divine Nine to have those individuals feel great. If your campus is too small, being able to go remotely to find that other Divine Nine chapter somewhere else down the street or down the road. I want there to be faculty members that represent that. I also want there to be some DEI training and cultural competencies so that these administrators know how to provide the proper skill sets to say and navigate those difficult moments. I want there to be a moment that when something happens, that's going on across the country, we don't disengage or force someone to resign and attack them in the same way as a Black woman, in the same way that they were accused of doing something wrong. I want there to be balance in that in a proper way, to not be told that we're plagiarists or that we don't know this or we only got hired because we were Black, because that discredits the whole process of the argument. I want institutions to stand behind the people they hire and respect them and honor them in a way, to not just throw them and cancel culture them in a way that's inappropriate. That's important because, again, we're working hard as people because we've been told as Black people, education is an equalizer, but we're still finding that's not the case. And so I want these universities to live up to their vision and missions. When I reach out to university presidents and DI directors, I go right to their vision and mission page and quote it to them and say, so what are you all living? How are you all living out your vision and mission? Because in that moment, that is heir apparent to what you're grounded on. That you're a nonprofit school or whatever, you're taking dollars to live up to that vision and mission. So you should be reaching that every day. And if you say, well, oh, Black lives don't really matter, or Black businesses or Black success isn't something we want to champion, we want to champion all success. Then I'm like, well, but you haven't championed Black success, so how can you do all? So again, that's what I believe these institutions and universities should be focusing on more, is being mindful and intentional.
So we all know how bad a rap DEI is getting in today's media, press, institutions, etc. Now, I also say that's no different. The things that are being said negatively about DEI were the same things that were said negatively about affirmative action, which are the same things that were said negatively about civil rights, which were the same things that were negatively said about getting rid of slavery. So nothing's changed in that. It's just the letters or the name of it, has changed. But how can students, in that environment where it's constantly being poo-pooed, negatively stated, etc., be an advocate, for diversity, for equity, for inclusion? How those become negative concepts, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
Although we really know why. So talk a little bit about that.
Being strong in your foundation. What you believe is important. There's a moment of you have to change the volume. Sometimes you need to be as loud as you can be, but other times, like your grandma told you, you get much further with sugar than you do with sourness. You got to be sweet about it and kind. So in that moment, be resilient. That as you do things, be ready to pivot, but also take the no's. There is a moment that those no's will turn into yeses. I have a social media campaign and a community outreach campaign where I send 5 emails to people asking, hey, this is Bridging Legacies Across Campuses. This is what I do. Next email, hey, second notice, are you interested? Hey, third notice, are you the right person? Fourth notice this. Fifth notice, you know what? You don't seem to be interested. I will remove you from the communication chain. I've read studies in marketing that it takes about 5 touch points for someone to want to approach your business, to have you in the back and forefront of your mind in that way. So as you do initiatives on campus for Black Lives Matter, Black success, for Black businesses, for a BSU group to be started, for a new affinity group, whatever it might be consistent in your approach. That one person didn't get lucky just shooting one shot and it goes in. Again, I use basketball again. Steph Curry looks great because he makes all those shots. 1, he's gifted by God and the pedigree of his father and mother being Division I athletes. But 2, he did what my father told me. He put in 10,000, if not more, hours to be a professional. No one sees what it takes.
No one sees the work.
No one sees the work. You just see the output of him with his mouthpiece dangling out of his mouth, making a shot from half court, and then turn around looking away. He can look away because when no one was looking, he put in 10 to 100,000 hours of effort. So I know students and teachers and administrators, you hear that, it's a lot, but you have to keep trying and be resilient. And that is something I wake up every morning as a parent and as a husband, knowing I can't give up.
All right. Now we're running out of time. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. One, the harder one, which is the challenges. What have been the biggest challenges that you face? And then talk about what the biggest challenge you see ahead.
The challenges that I face is someone telling me that Bridging Legacies Across Campus is exclusive and not inclusive because it's seeking to highlight Black and brown individuals.
Same argument with, again, DEI, affirmative action, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And there's one moment where, as an educator, I was only doing Black for Black students. And as one of the few minority teachers at the school, The Asian and Latinx students came to me and said, Mr. Lee, we understand Black Lives Matter and what you're doing, but no one's representing us. So as you hear me use Black or BIPOC, I incorporated BIPOC into my mission because in that moment in education, all those that are not white were under this umbrella of Black. So in that moment, that was the narrative that I dealt with. What you're building is only highlighting brown people, but you're excluding white people. Again, I go back to my statement earlier. When you look at those alumni magazines for different universities, they're predominantly white. It's the Black and brown students that are being voided and telling you about their announcements. And the thing I'll say as well, as you've moved about your life, Sydney, how many times have you given a change of address and your universities of study have sent you a white envelope asking for money, but they didn't check on you in COVID? If you had a childbirth or a wedding, they didn't check on you. But that white envelope mysteriously arrives at your doorstep asking for money sight unseen.
Right.
Again, there's a narrative there. There's more than just giving dollars back. Time and volunteer is important. So again, that's my biggest pain point is being told what I'm doing is exclusive.
Okay. Now the easy question, but hopefully the most impactful question: how can people reach out to you to be able to get involved, learn more, provide resources, any of those kinds of things?
Yep, definitely. Thank you so much for that. Simply by going to bridginglegaciesaccrosscampuses.org, there's a form down the bottom of the website. Again, if you look for me on LinkedIn, I am on there, Jonathan E. Lee. You will find me. I am someone that believes in everything. My information is on the website that you can reach out. In that moment, on Instagram, there's also the Bridging Legacies handle as well. That platform, those are the best. I answer every email. I check it religiously. We have our cell phones. I got an Apple Watch Ultra, so I'm ultra checking everything all day long. And so I am always available. And just want to say this wonderful platform of Black Business Network and what Dr. Kelly and what you're stepping in to do as a moderator is absolutely phenomenal. And I am so honored to be here because it's so important. I remember back in the day when FUBU came about, for us, by us, right? And it didn't really take off as much as it should have. And you wore it and you looked at it. And now I really know what FUBU means as I think about that and what it meant as I wore that T-shirt in middle school. And just want to say I'm honored to be here to be able to talk about this.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for telling more about what you're doing, but more importantly, thank you for doing what you're doing. There are tons of students and professors out there who will reap the benefit, but who also, I'm hopeful, will want to get involved and want to help spread the mission that you're on to support, all those students who are in need of that, on their individual campuses. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. And folks out there, you have a way to get a hold of him. Again, it's Bridging Legacies Across Campuses and Jonathan Lee. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
With you. Yep. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. So a great mission, a great opportunity, for folks to get involved. And again, if you're on a campus, you're a student, you're a professor, the things that you're struggling with, or you see the things that others are struggling with. And it would be great to get involved, to be able to put systems in place, put structures in place, put networks in place, that would support those folks in those situations. So please reach out to him. So I want to take time to promote our scholarship and what the Black Business Expo is all about. The Black Business Expo is a fundraiser, and it's here to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo, as a fundraiser for students, you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use the Cash App and the account number that should be scrolling across the bottom of the screen, $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So if you are a student listening out there, you can register online at the same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And remember, every dollar counts, so please donate to the fund. I'd like to also thank our sponsors for this month, January 2024. Those sponsors include NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, just lost the link, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5 Star, BDM Media, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for more programming. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captions. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Trousseau as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the founder and owner of 2 companies, Strategic Solutions and Huertas A. Decus LLC. I'm a business growth and improvement specialist. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon. Also your next speaker. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, from Singapore, Africa, Japan, and from cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and to educate businesses about business. As I mentioned in the introduction for this section, I am also your speaker for this hour. And the topic I'm going to talk about actually comes from some conversations I've had over the course of this week. One, right here on the Black Business Network. I was doing a presentation earlier in the week, and one of the moderators came on and asked me a question about the biggest challenge that I find as a business growth and improvement coach or specialist that I find businesses struggling with. And I told them without pause, hands down, it's about this topic that I'm going to talk about now. But I added a little caveat into there about how that can be addressed and resolved, by the business on their own. But in subsequent days, I've had two other conversations which added some more insight as to what I want to cover today in the conversation. It's kind of the next step from this information. So I want to talk about overcoming funding obstacles to grow your business. So again, it's overcoming funding obstacles to grow your business. And this is one of the biggest challenges that any business have, and all businesses have in general, is how to secure funding, where to get it from, et cetera. But before I go into any of that, let me talk a little bit about my background, my experience that will give you some insight as to why I can speak to this, and why I have some valuable information about this. I have a diverse background, very diverse background, both in corporate as an entrepreneur, in education, academia, as an adjunct professor. So from a corporate perspective, I spent the first 15 years of my career, working with a variety of Fortune 50 companies, whether that was PepsiCo, Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, Eastman Kodak, International Paper, and a whole host of others in a variety of positions and roles and responsibilities, working my way up through the organization, doing every role on the cost side, first as a project engineer, then moving on to manufacturing and operations management at a local level, manufacturing and operations design, manufacturing strategy, working on designing and developing an operation from R&D all the way through startup, as well as managing global operations, et cetera. Ultimately moving on to the business side, the general business side, managing P&Ls up to $100 million in revenue, and global operations and global products. But also on the entrepreneurial side, managing, owning, operating, and leading a group of 15 location restaurants, turning and transforming those from no profit, operating at a loss, to profitable. But also as a consultant and a coach, guiding hundreds of businesses along the way in my 20 plus years as a consultant, to help them grow their business. But then as an adjunct professor as well, teaching every topic within the College of Business for several colleges and universities here in the New York City area. So, I bring all of those experiences to the conversation I'm going to have today, and the things that I'm going to be relaying to you, and the things that I've seen, the things that I've done, the things I've helped coach people through, et cetera. So what I want to accomplish today is really to provide you some actionable strategies, some specific things that you can do, whether you're starting a business or running a long-term business and operation, to help you understand, one, the reasons why most loans or funding applications are denied, and the steps that you should take before you apply in order for that not to happen. I want to focus on helping you to learn the growth activities that funders will most often support. Then also want to help you with some strategies around discovering funding sources from for growth activities of your business, like equipment, or for marketing campaigns, or R&D, patent applications and protection, hiring new staff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Third, I want to help you have some strategies around discovering funding sources for specific startup activities or startup businesses. And then I guess the last thing, give you some strategies that you can use for getting free assistance, free advice on the funding application process. So those are some of the things I want to do today. But I'm going to add a little bonus in there. I want to talk about the next step. After all these things that I show you, what's the next step in becoming your own bank? So that's the objective for the conversation. All that in less than 30 minutes. Can you believe it? So first, what's the status, current day? The biggest challenge for all businesses is always around access to capital, access to credit, cash flow. But there's more things that we can do about that than we do. But the reality is that 75% of all small business owners say that right now, either the current tax system or the lending process prevents them from getting access to the capital that's sufficient for them to either start or expand their business. So 75% say, look, either the way the tax system is structured and the lending process itself, I can't get what I need in terms of money or access to capital to either start my business or to expand my business operations. 20% of businesses fail in the first year. 50% of businesses fail by their 5th year. And the number one reason why businesses fail is a lack of cash flow, a lack of access to funding or capital. The number one reason. So those are some pretty stark numbers. Here's what's also important to know. 43% of all small businesses apply for loans historically. So on average, over the course of time, almost half of small businesses are going to apply for a loan. Half of those businesses are going to be declined. And if you look at major banks decline 86% of small business loans. So you go to those big banks, the national banks. I won't mention any names here to embarrass folks. But any national bank, global bank, et cetera, when you're applying to them as a small business for a loan, it's going to come back stamped, denied, declined. Credit unions, a little bit better, but they decline about 80%. And even alternative lenders, and we all get those, emails. We fund everything, blah 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 blah. 72% of those alternative lenders decline funding applications, and these numbers are much worse for women and minority-owned businesses. So we can, take that to another level in the conversation. So what are some of the reasons why applications get declined? It's really seven reasons why funding applications get declined. 1, deficient documentation. What does that mean? The documents, so every lender, when they're going to consider your application for funding, your request for funding, tells you, fill out my form, send me in this information. Fill out this form, send in these documents, this information, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. One reason, and probably the most frequent reason it's declined, is the documentation is inconsistent or inaccurate, meaning that the documentation that you provided doesn't align with what you said in the application process. The revenue you said you had doesn't match up with the documents that you provided to show or to supposedly support your revenue. Or the number of employees doesn't match, or, so there's some information in there it's just not accurate. This is not what we've been able to find in our research as we're looking for, getting, the information and the application that you submitted. Or it's inconsistent. You say this thing over here on this document, and you say something else over here on that document. And so, that's an important piece. The second part of that deficient documentation is there's stuff missing. We've asked you for something and you haven't provided it. Now, I've heard a lot of different stories when this happens. When I'm talking to my clients and, they said, oh, I got declined and that, and it's like, well, tell me why, show me the letter, et cetera. When it says there's something missing and I ask them about that, their responses sometimes are things like, well, I didn't think that was important. Or, I thought that was personal and, they shouldn't need to know that. If you're asking someone for money or for any kind of help or resource, then you need to follow the process that they are requesting. So you don't get to decide, at least, and still get, what you're asking for. You don't get to decide what they should or shouldn't get. Now you can decide it, but then they're going to decline it. And that's what happens in many of those applications. So deficient documentation is one reason why your funding application will be declined. Poor credit score. And whether you're applying as an individual or as a business, credit scores are always important. Now, we've gotten used on the personal side what credit scores are, what credit bureaus issue them or provide the data, and how some of us know how to manage them to go up or what will make them go down. But the same thing is true on the business side. So there are a lot more credit bureaus and a lot more formats for getting a business credit score. And so it's important for you to know and understand when you're applying for credit, what's going to be used. Is it going to be your personal credit score? Is it going to be your business credit score? Which one's better? And which one you should be pursuing, but also understanding exactly where each one of those are at the given time that you're going to be applying. And the reason why it will get declined is that your credit score shows you as a high risk. Whether that's the personal credit score shows you as a high risk, or the business credit score shows you as a high risk. Third reason, short track record. What does that mean? Most applications are going to ask for 2 years of business history. And if you're less than 2 years, a startup have less than 2 years of experience, typically most funders want nothing to do with you. They'll just simply say, no, we won't fund you until you get to this point, which if you are a startup, a new technology, you have an innovative product or service, and you're looking for funding to get that going, that can be a problem. That can be an issue. And so it's important for you to know and understand these are some of the reasons why, and we'll talk a little bit later about what things you can do to overcome that. Fourth reason, insufficient collateral. So when you're giving or when you're requesting a loan and someone's going to give a loan, they want some assurances they're going to get their money back. Now, in most cases, they're looking at your financial history, which is what a credit score will provide them to see how trustworthy you are. But they're also going to be looking at your past financial performance, which is what that short track record is all about. Hey, we don't have enough history on you to say whether you're going to be able to pay this, whether you will pay this back or not. And so in those cases, they might ask for some collateral. Give me something of value of yours that I can hold on to that is at least as equal to value or maybe more than value than the amount of money you're asking me, and then I'll give you the loan. And I'm going to hold on to that collateral until you repay that whole loan, and then I'll give it back to you. The reason why it might get declined is you had a poor credit score, you had a short track record, and you didn't have enough collateral, for them to feel comfortable with that risk. A fifth reason, the industry risk. So there are certain industries that are just highly risky operations. And there's a history of businesses in that segment starting and failing, etc. So, lenders have gotten concerned and have an aversion to lending in those spaces. What are some of those industries? Restaurants, contractors or construction companies. Those kind of businesses have a low barrier to entry, and so it's easy to get into. And so it's for a lender, they're going to be really skeptical and really hesitant about lending unless those other things above that I told you about are really in place. A great credit score, a great business score, a long track record, sufficient capital or collateral, to be able to support this capital request. Sixth reason, no business plan or poor business plan. So they're looking for, what are you going to do with this money? And if I give it to you, and how is that going to allow your business to move forward? And so that we have a good feeling that when we lend you this money, it's going to be put to good use and there are going to be good outcomes. And therefore we're going to get, our money plus interest, that the loan requires paid back. And if you don't have a business plan or your business plan is pretty sketchy, light on details, poor in format, they're going to, immediately thumb their nose up at that and, decline the loan. Last, not least, but last, the amount requested is too high, or the ability for you to repay it is too risky, too sketchy, too questionable. And so for things like that, they might look at your financials and look at your debt to equity ratios or your debt to earnings ratios and say, no, you're asking for too much based on the size of your business or the income that you're generating, and therefore your ability to repay this back. So these are the 7 reasons when you're applying for credit that someone will or could decline you for. And so what do you do? How do you resolve some of that? And before I get into that, though, let me talk about when lenders approve loan applications, what do they like to see and what do they? So yes, they can decline for all those reasons, but when they approve them, why do they approve them? And what do they approve them for? The highest percentage loan that's approved is what's called a merchant fee cash advance loan. What is that? That's your credit card sales that you took today in your business that will take a few days to settle with the credit card company before you get the money in your bank account. What many lenders will do is give you loans based on your credit card receipts. Why? Because they are guaranteed. They're guaranteed money. The sales already happened. And so all they're doing is lending you your own money because you don't have it yet, or because you will be delayed in getting it. Accounts receivable cash advance loans. So again, that's money you've already made. You've sold some services or products, and you haven't gotten paid from your client or customer yet because you've given them terms, 30 days, 28 days, 2 weeks, 15 days, whatever that might be. And so the money is still coming in or still to come in to you. And so they will look at your accounting balance sheets and say, hey, you've got some receivables coming in. Yeah, some of those are risky, but you're going to get much of that. You've already done the work. We'll give you some cash, but we'll take those receipts when they come in. So those are very low risk loans, for a lender. And so they will happily give you money on that. So it's like the Wimpy principle. I'll gladly pay you for the burger today, when I get paid on Tuesday. So they're just looking at giving you your money in advance from the time that you were going to get it. What are some other loans that they will often approve? Auto or equipment loans. So if you're buying a tangible asset, they will more likely approve you for a loan on that because, again, it's collateral. They can always come in and get that asset back. It's a physical, tangible asset that they can go pick up, that they can repossess, and get some money back for it. So it's less risky for them. Business lines of credit are things that they will often provide, again, because they can limit their risk exposure. And those are things that you're typically using to pay for kind of everyday expenses. Business mortgages, they will often fund and lend for the same kind of reason. And again, why for all of these? Because they're low risk or no risk, and there's collateral associated with that. And so they're willing to go a little bit further out on a limb. But even with that, remember the numbers that I talked about. Half of them are still getting declined because of the 7 reasons that I talked about just previous to this. So what are some strategies that you can use to overcome these 7 obstacles? 1, on the deficiency of documentation. Give them what they want. Give them what they ask for. So it's not about what you think they should be asking for, or what you think they should use, or what you think isn't important for them to know. It's what they say that they want. So you need to give them what they want, how they want it, or don't apply for the loan. It's their money, it's their process, and then you've got to follow that. So if you want to, have an opportunity to be approved for it, make sure your documentation is in order and tight to what they're requesting and asking for. And in fact, when you submit it, make sure you're contacting them and saying, hey, I just want to make sure I got it all right. Is everything there that you were looking for? Is everything in the right format, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Poor credit score. Now, some of you say, well, there's nothing I can do about that. There's plenty you can do about that. Even if your credit score is horrible on the personal side or the professional or the business side. And the idea then is before you start applying is to do some things to increase the score. You can typically increase your score on both the personal and on the business in less than 6 months. And there's some specific tactics and strategies you can use for that. On the personal side, it's about understanding what are the components to that score, which ones have the most impact, and which ones then you can improve the quickest, to jump up that score. Typically, there's going to be little that you can do if you've had a bad payment history. There's going to be little you can do in the next 6 months to change that, because they go back looking at, I think it's 7 years. So you're not going to change that very much. However, there are some other things on the personal side, increasing the amount of credit that you have issued in your name, decreasing the amount of credit you've utilized that's been issued in your name. All of those things are things that you can do that will improve your credit score and improve it pretty quickly. On the business side, there are things that you can do to improve that by buying and paying off services very quickly. So even if I have no business credit, and there are companies out there that will help you do that, for a fee, or you can do those things on your own. Getting approved for a credit card and using all that credit card to buy all of your supplies, all of your operating expenses each month, even though you had the cash to do it, and then immediately pay that off, with the cash that you were going to use, instead. That builds a financial history and then allows you to build your credit score very quickly. There are a million other strategies. Okay, maybe not a million, but there are lots of other strategies in that same area. I won't have time to go through them all here. Short track record. That you've started up, that you are a startup, or that you've been in business less than 2 years. Well, truth is, nothing you're going to do about that. That's what you are. That's where you are. You can look for now some places that might be an alternative source, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. And there's some things that you can do with your business, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But you're not going to do anything to change how long you've been in business. Insufficient collateral. One thing to do there is really about looking at some of these alternative strategies that I'll talk about in a minute, but also having a better business plan. So the more that you can talk about what you're going to do with these funds, even though the collateral may not be what they want, they might look at your plan and look at your success in executing other parts of your plan in prior time and say, you know what, we feel good about this. We trust that. But if you don't have a good business plan and you have insufficient collateral, they're not going to feel comfortable with taking on that risk. So making sure that you have a better business plan, a more detailed business plan, all of those things linked up and lined up in terms of how you're going to use the funds, what it's going to mean in terms of increase in revenues, increase in profits, reduction of cost, increase in quality, increase of reach, to your market, are all going to be pluses for you in terms of getting approval. Industry risk, same as above. It's really about having a better plan. So if you're in one of those segments that I talked about, restaurants, construction, et cetera, it's really about, just having a detailed business plan that really identifies what you're doing differently and how you're doing it better than everyone else out there, so that you can be a more trusted source and ending spot for the funds that you're requesting. No or poor business plan. Now, I just talked about those before. You have a great one. One of the things that you can do is a growth assessment plan. It's one of the things I work with my clients on. I give them or work with them on developing a comprehensive growth assessment plan that looks at every aspect and category of their business and what things that they're going to do, and what small changes they're going to make in these key areas so that their business grows, typically doubling in that 12-month time frame. And so when you can lay all of those things out specifically and then start working that plan, then obviously your business grows. But having that worked out and then incorporating that into your business plan gives the lenders the comfort that you're a credible business to lend to, and a responsible individual is going to make sure that gets paid back. The amount requested or is too great, or the ability to repay is in question or concern. That's about growing your revenue and growing your profits. Now, here's the thing. What I just talked about, that growth assessment plan, leads specifically to that. When the gentleman asked me earlier in this week when I was doing the presentation, what's the biggest challenges to business? I said it's access to capital and cash flow, just like I told you here today. But what I added was, but all of that, so even though that's the biggest challenge and the biggest risk for businesses, the truth, however, is that we control that by our execution and how well that we manage the key processes, the 5 key processes that drive all business growth, drive growth in revenue, and drive growth in profits. And so if we do those things well, then we drive enough increased revenue and enough improved profits that ultimately, next step, we become our own bank. We have enough profits then to be able to fund our own activities or to fund our retirement or all these other things that I'll touch base on briefly in a second. Last thing you can do in terms of overcoming these obstacles, alternative strategies. So are there things that you can do to be get better terms, accounts payable terms with your suppliers, the people that you're buying materials from? Can you get your terms to be, instead of net 25, to be net 45, meaning that you'll pay those off in 45 days. You don't have to pay them off in 25 days. In effect, you've just gotten 25 days worth of expenses as a sizable loan to your business. Can you reduce your accounts receivable, meaning instead of giving your customers a 40-day or 30-day time to repay, that you give them 10 days to repay, and maybe you take a slight reduction in the invoicing amount if they pay it within 10 days. So there's strategies you can use there. You can reduce order quantities with better delivery terms, meaning I'm not going to buy as much each time, but I need you to give me better delivery terms, meaning that you will be there when I ask for it to be there. That will help improve cash flow and reduce the amount of cash that you're having tied up. You can also look for strategies that will reduce the amount that you're paying up front for your supplies by negotiating annual deals with very small order quantity amounts. So there are all these alternative things you can do from a business perspective, a business operations perspective, that will give you more flexibility in utilization of your cash and therefore increase or improve your cash flow. But I'm going to go back to the thing about the growth assessment plan and the growing your revenues and profits. That becomes the thing, though, that is in your control for every one of us as business owners, whether we're startups, have been going on for a couple years, or where we're a long-standing business with lots of revenue and maybe even lots of profits, that we can do things that are very small changes in how we do things, what our processes are, what our procedures are, what our behaviors are, that will grow our revenues and that will grow our profits. So what are the processes that we're using for evaluating and analyzing our costs on an ongoing basis so that we're being more efficient? What are the things that we're doing as a process that helps us identify better what our target market wants and needs, so that we provide a better product or service to them that is of higher value proposition, that allows us to charge a higher price, that drives our revenues up? What are the things that we are doing in terms of deepening that relationship with them, because we know them and know what they want, that allows us to be more effective in our cross-sell, so that they're buying more from that one customer than they were before, and therefore increasing our revenues and increasing our profits, because the cost of those sales are going to be lower, because we don't have to spend as much on advertising and sales costs, et cetera, et cetera. So there are lots of those things that we can do in terms of just managing our business more effectively. To do that, though, we have to make sure that we are managing our business, working on our business, not just simply taking up time working in our business. So that's where I always talk about that 80-20 rule that we've all heard about, speak to often, where we are spending 80% of our time on the things that generate maybe 20% of our profits and our revenues, and we're spending 20% of our time on the things that generate 80% of our profits 80% of our revenues. And we always get it twisted, but we never understand why and how. And generally speaking, it's those things that seem urgent, seem important, that really aren't. It's those things that have the appearance of being a fire. I call it firefighting and rat killing, that seem to be a fire and therefore need to be put out right away. Seem to be a rat in our kitchen, so we need to go kill it right away. They're typically not as urgent as we think they are. And so that takes us away from the time we could be spending on those vital few tasks and activities that drive growth from our business. And I tell folks all this all the time. There are only 5 things that grow your business: getting more leads, converting more of those leads to sales, getting more transactions out of each one of those conversions. So getting the customers, to buy more, deepen the relationship, being able to charge a higher price because your value proposition for those clients is much tighter, and then reducing your cost through more efficient operations. So you need to be, as a business owner, spending your time on those things so that you can make sure that your business is growing. And if you are spending your time on the strategies that will drive that, changing how you're doing those things, the impact on your revenue and profits is explosive. So when I'm working with my clients on that stuff, getting them to identify those, key small things that need to be changed in those key areas, this is how I'm able to help them, double their profits in that 12 months or less time frame, because I'm getting them to focus only on these strategies and activities. Let the other folks that you have in the business manage those tasks and strategies. Yes, you're going to need to follow up with them and have your occasional meeting to make sure they're on track, but you're not going to be spending all your time on a day-to-day business or day-to-day basis as the owner, doing those things. You need to be spending your time as the president, chief executive officer, chief cook and bottle washer, as the head of the organization. You need to be spending your time making sure you're focusing on what are the procedures, what are the behaviors that we are using in these 5 areas that are going to get the results that we want. That's how you then get enough information or get enough, profits flowing through to the bottom line that you can take that next step. And the next step is you becoming your own bank. Now I've got enough profits, enough excess sitting there where I get to decide, how do I use that? Do I use that to fund my growth of my business? I will fund my own equipment. I don't need to wait for somebody else to approve a loan or can't move forward because I can't get a loan approved, etc. I can also look at, well, maybe I use those profits to put into retirement kinds of accounts that are tax incentives and good tax strategies. That's for you, for your long-term basis. You can look for those kinds of insurance products that you could fund that will actually help you pay for your business operating expenses. So the same expenses you were going to use anyway, the same money that you were going to spend anyway, you can then buy. There are certain insurance products that you can fund that will give you income that will allow you to pay for those business operating expenses, and those things are tax-free. So you're getting a double benefit out of that. So there are all of these kinds of things that we can do on both the business and the personal level. So just like there are those insurance products for the business, you can create those kind of insurance products that will have tax benefits and long-term retirement or savings benefits to you as well. That will benefit you and help you pass on generational wealth, or just use for your gray hair days to be restful, relaxing, doing travel and spending it with your family and friends. So I've run out of time here today. I really appreciate you taking a look and a listen for what I had to offer. One of the things I will suggest, if you want to get in touch with me, one, to hear more about how can you get a growth assessment for your business, how can you see what the growth opportunities are in your for your company or for your business, for changing these strategies in these 5 key areas. You can reach out to me. I have a simulator that I use to help map that out for folks, to show them what they're able to achieve in terms of growth for their business. You can reach me at Sydney W at solutionswithresults.com. Again, that's Sydney, SIDNEY, W at solutionswithresults.com. Email me, tell me you're interested in simulating your profit growth or having a profit growth assessment, and I'll reach back out to you. You can also just go to my website, solutionswithresults.com, and you can get information about what I do, how I do it. There's also some free marketing materials that you can get there. You can go to my second website, solutionswithresultsacademy.com. That's a website where I have a ton of training, tools, templates to help you manage and grow your business. So reach out to me in any one of those ways. Would love to be able to help you in moving that forward and talking to you about, again, how can you become your own bank? How can you use the growth of your business and the profits that you generate from that to become your own bank on both the business and the personal side? So thanks for listening. The Black Business Expo, as we've said before, is a fundraising opportunity. So we're trying to raise funds for K through 12 students or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo, as I said, is a fundraiser for those students. You can donate by going to blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use the Cash App, and the account number should be rolling under the screen. The account number is $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and $5,000 or up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at that same website, blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So remember, please donate to the scholarship fund. Also want to thank the sponsors for the Black Business Expo USA for this month, January 2024. Those sponsors are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Supplier Development Council, Step Management, the Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Milani Shani Global, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for listening. Hope to hear from each and every one of you soon. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. You need to be messaging and communicating to a lot more folks and getting them committed to you as a brand and feeling that you are trustworthy, as a subject matter expert, and for their needs and their pain points. That says, look, here are my pain points. Here's the problem that I have that I don't want, or the benefit that I want that I don't have. And Grant and Sydney understand that and are giving me information to be able to assist, in my eliminating those pain points.
You're going to get a lot out of this workshop. We're going to show you ways that you can begin to look at this particular problem, that you can apply different formulas, techniques, and skills. They're going to get you to that next level. And then you'll understand the value that we're bringing.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Passion has been around helping communities of color and historically underrepresented and underserved communities, minority, rural, veterans, persons who are differently abled, in the intersection of education, innovation, technology, industry, and let's throw some entrepreneurship in there just for fun. More around innovation, incubators, accelerators. I love the idea of going from innovation to commercialization.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Hi, I'm Barbara H. Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Enolia Foti. I am the CEO of Enolia LLC and Expressions of Humanity Foundation, co-founder of Easy Step Group, and chief coordinator for Fave Unite TV, and also the director of operations for Vision Afrique Development. I am your business moderator coming from Angola, Africa, for this afternoon's episode and work with the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And our keynote speaker is Dr. Norma Hallis. Dr. Norma Hallis is an international authority on authenticity and self-awareness. She is a dynamic speaker, coach, teacher, and leader who is doing her part to make the world a better place. She is not your average entrepreneur because she approaches business to fulfill her role as a change agent. Her life path is to impact the world in multiple ways. Her passion is writing programs for human development around the theme of authenticity and turning them into training processes to deepen self-awareness and expand consciousness. Her programs are based on 30 years of research in the human nature of personal, professional, and spiritual perspectives. Norma and her programs offer a fresh approach to life, living, business, and leadership for individuals and the organizations they lead. I present to you Dr. Norma Hallis.
Thank you so much, Dr. Enolia, for your wonderful introduction. I appreciate that, and it's very nice to meet you. Hope you have a wonderful day and enjoying the opportunity to be the host for the Black Business Network.
And thank you. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are in the world. It is a delight to be here with you. And we're talking today about diversity and equity. And what I'm here to do is give you another perspective. Sure, we know we've got the challenges. We spent so many years, and so many of us have had great success in our own careers because of the opportunities that we received with the diversity, the DEI perspective that's been around in the world for a long time. But here we are with the change again. They keep changing, trying to throw us back and give other things. So what I'm here to do today is to give you another angle, another perspective to get the same thing done. Because in reality, DEI and how we live our life has a lot to do with our consciousness, with how we approach things, our perspective in the world. So what I'm here to do today is give you a perspective that will allow you to continue your work with DEI under a different framework. So my framework comes from the concept of authenticity. As Dr. Enolia mentioned, I am known as the godmother of authenticity because I spent 30 years understanding authenticity from personal, professional, and spiritual perspectives. I was kind of downloaded a system that you see represented behind me that I'm going to talk about in just a minute. And then I spent 12 years understanding how to use this grid, and now we're getting it out there in the world in many ways. And I'm going to tell you up front that I'm going to be inviting you to participate in our webinar that's taking place next week, Thursday, February the 1st. I'm going to give you the address for it and when I conclude myself today, because that will help you see how you can learn even more about authenticity and how you can use it, especially if you are a coach. So the authenticity grid was developed from 30 years when I started when I was 28. When I was 28, I found myself in a situation that my parents had really set me up for, that I'm supposed to be happy with a husband with a good job and married and having a great cars and wonderful house. And it was the wrong person, the wrong time. I didn't know who I was, and I was miserable. So I spent 30 years understanding who am I? What are the compositions that make me human? And after I finished, I was the owner of a speaker bureau. I was the first Black woman to own a speaker bureau for Black speakers. And I tested my process, and they were very aligned with it. And I found that how I saw myself, everyone else was aligned with the same concept. So right now where I'm at is I have multiple people from around the world, including South Africa, who are being trained or already trained to teach my process in their organizations and in their coaching practices. So I'm looking for right now coaches, speakers, and other trainers who would like to learn the system, either as a coach or as a facilitator, to take this into your coaching practice or into your the organizations you may be working with. We're going to be entering corporate America later on this year, and we're looking for people who can help us, speakers who can speak about it, and trainers who can help us train it, and coaches who can use it in their own practice and also use it with us as well. So let me help you understand some 9 or 10 different ways you can approach diversity from a consciousness perspective and help people become more authentic. Because in reality, people lose their authenticity. When I had my speaker bureau, so many of the clients that came to me said to me, well, Norma, I've been in the corporate world for 10, 20, or 30 years, and I lost myself. And I don't know who I am anymore. And we know that's what happens. And as African Americans, we really have to be careful, because not only are we losing ourselves in corporate America, we're losing ourselves around the world. I was just in Nassau last month, and I looked around, and some of the buildings and the hotels no longer have the culture of the Bahamas, of Nassau. They're being bought out by China, they're being bought out by Jamaica, they're being bought out by other things, and so it's taking it away. And so it's up to us, those of us who are coaches, speakers, leaders, entrepreneurs, to do all we can to maintain our culture, because it's being taken from us. So let's talk about it, not from a DEI perspective, cloaked in the concept of authenticity. So first of all, if you look at the grid, I'm going to teach from the grid that's behind me. And when I originally did the grid, it was designed for individuals, and we've expanded it now to be designed for organizations as well. After all, again, DEI and authenticity are both about consciousness and changing the consciousness of the people who we're serving. So when we talk about the inner voice of the person, the voice that no one hears but ourselves, we're the only ones who hear our own inner voice. But from a corporate perspective, inner refers to the employees and how the employees are being treated. The outer voice, which you see behind me here, represents how other people perceive you. And from a corporate perspective, it represents the organization as a whole. And the expressive voice on the blue side, from a personal side, is how we express ourselves as individuals. And from a corporate perspective, it's how you're connecting with the community and helping the community maintain its culture. So let's talk about each one individually. On the inner voice side, you first see the word intuition and how that relates to an organization and its employees has to do with how do you listen to your employees. You know, the employees are the front line. They're the ones that are being seen by the public. They're the interface between the customers or clients and the organization itself. So you want to keep them happy and you want to be able to listen to them. I did some consulting work a few years ago from a popular radio station. And as I was working with the salespeople in that corporation, they were saying, they don't listen to us. I've been here 40 years and they're not listening to me. But how do you know what's going on if you don't listen? So a lot to do with the intuition. Ask the question, are you listening to and respecting the ideas of employees? If you can't go in with a DEI perspective, maybe you can go in from the perspective of how are you listening? You can learn so much from listening to your employees. And when your employees are a diverse group of people and you listen to them, you're enhancing the DEI perspective. The second dimension that you see there is integrity, which has to do with values. And as far as a corporate perspective, you know, what's the value system of the corporation? One of the big challenges I see in the society as a whole today is that we don't share values. We don't share the same values. When I travel around the world, I ask the question a lot, what is one value that as a society we all agree on? And no one can really answer that question. We've tried things like love and compassion and other things that you don't see in traffickers and others who are doing terrible things with humanity. And also those values are changing too with AI coming in. The number of layoffs and firings that are taking place where AI is taking over. You know, authenticity has a lot to do with putting people over profit. But corporates don't quite see it that way. It's just amazing to me that the long-term goal, maybe it's just the money. You know, I'm naive enough to think that somewhere along the line, humanity comes in there and plays a good role, because how do you get work done without humanity? I guess the answer is AI. But then what happens to humanity? So what can you do and how can you address that? And one of those issues is values. One of the things that we are looking to go into corporations with is helping them to identify their corporate values. On a personal side, you know, there was a show out a long time ago called Wife Swap, and I just refused to watch it for several years. And I finally decided to watch it, and it amazed me how certain families raise their children with one particular value. I saw a lot of sports families. I saw some goth families. I saw some church families, a lot of variety. So what's the values of your family? What's the values of your organization you're working for? What's the values of the companies that you run? When you hire to values, there's a greater likelihood that the people you hire are going to be more aligned with you. If a company does not know its values, does not share its values, and does not hire by values, then you're going to have a lot more discord. It's going to be inclusions that causes us to be in alignment. And alignment is important for success. So ask yourself the question, what does your company value? The company you work for or the one you run? And how do these values show up in the company's mission statement and endings? And since we can't do D&I, maybe we can just do values perspective and help them find values that are consistent and aligned with the overall organization. And if you're the entrepreneur, you have the opportunity to make those values, is to determine those values, to collectively identify those values for your company. The bottom line, I know you can't see it because of the way the screen is, it's inspiration. Inspiration has to do with how are you inspiring your employees and how are you rewarding them? Inspiration comes a lot from the rewards. When you tell them job well done, when a 360 is not just to tell you the things you did wrong, but to emphasize first and highly focus on the wonderful things, the great things. And one of the things that I do with this authenticity process is we don't talk about weaknesses. We talk about vulnerabilities, because that's where you are vulnerable. And how can you fortify the areas that you have vulnerabilities in. So what about approaching the DEI perspective from the perspectives of what's driving the organization? Is it money and money alone? Is that the only value that the company has? How can you help the company identify values that represent what the company's mission is and also is alignment with the people who are hired there? And that is a really, really important part, especially if you're an entrepreneur growing a business. Hire people whose values, whose drive, whose internal messages are aligned with yours. We are who we are on the inside. That's where our authenticity comes from. We are happiest when our authenticity is allowed to be exhibited in an organization, in a company that we built or that we work for, that's aligned with our values, with our authenticity. If it's not, you've got issues. And you've got issues that are very hard to overcome, particularly when you do this at a young age and don't know who you are yet. And then you figure out who you are and you find you're in the wrong place. So values is one of the most important things in finding a job and moving yourself forward. So that's the inner voice. Now let's talk about the outer voice. Let me move over a little bit so you can actually see what I have here. I'm going to probably move this way. So the outer voice also has 3 dimensions. The first is net wellness, which has to do with balance. How is your company balanced? How are the elements of your company? And we're talking about, in many ways, the profit, the P&L. How is that balance? How are you balancing the wellness of the company in terms of your bottom line, in terms of economically what you're doing, in terms of socially, how you're integrating the employees into the listening to them so that the senior management can make decisions based on what the front line is saying. You definitely want to keep your front line happy and the people who are working for you. I just moved my company from pretty much a single person, and now I have a 5-member executive team. So it's a whole new perspective. But the one thing I made sure along the way is that I brought in people who share my values. So as I move myself out of running the company and work more as a coach and consultant and speaker and trainer for the company, I'm leaving the management of it in the hands of people who share my values. And as we begin to bring investors in and others who will help us to grow the business from a financial perspective, it's very important to me. As a matter of fact, last week I turned down a $3 million investor. And I turned it down because the values were not aligned with my values. I spent 44 years developing my process. I don't want to give it up to someone who only wants to make money, because as Dr. Enolia mentioned, I have my business because that's the way I can do life the way I want to do life, the way it's aligned with my values. And I suggest you consider the same. It hasn't been easy. It's been very challenging, but the payoff has been wonderful. If I had one 3 million investor that wanted to invest, I can find another one. And I can find one that's aligned with my values. I might do it a different way because there's more than one way to make things work. But that keeps the net wellness of my company healthy, because I brought healthy people on who are aligned with my values. And that keeps me with my own DEI with a great deal of equity in terms of the people who are aligned, because the message that we're giving is aligned with what my vision is for the company. Consider that also for your own company. In the middle of the grid is network. And network is in the middle because we don't do anything if it's not about other people. No way we can go through the world by ourselves. The quality and quantity of your relationships. So from a company perspective, it has a lot to do with your strategic alliances. Who are the companies and the people that you are aligned with to make your business grow? It's just like the $3 million investor group. They were not aligned with what I'm about. So to have allowed them invest in my company, I would have been very, very, very unhappy. And my life's work could have been altered in a way that I would not have wanted to be altered. So that's keeping the culture that I talked about earlier. So you have to keep that in mind as you grow your business, as you move forward, as you do things that allow you to grow. Who are the people that you are bringing in? And we talk about quality and quantity alliances. There will be some alliances, your major investors, your senior team, your executive teams, that will be your quality people. And you want to make sure that they are as much aligned with you and what you're about as absolutely possible. And if you're on a senior team of a corporate company, you want to make sure that you're aligned with the values of that company. Because if you're not, you're going to be one of those people that came to me after 20, 30 years somewhere saying, I've lost myself because I had to be who the company wanted me to be. If you can't be your authentic self in a company, then chances are you don't belong there. Now, I know our parents tell us to go do this and go do that, and we got degrees for those purposes. But now that we're grown and been in the world for 10 plus years, and we know a little bit more about ourselves, it's important to align yourself with who you are, not just with what's going to make you money. Because trust me, if you're doing what you're supposed to do, then money's going to come anyway. May not be easy, but it's going to come, and you stay steadfast to that no matter what. So the question there is, what are the company's strategic alliances? Who does the company do business with? Do business with those who represent the culture that you're bringing and respect that culture and are in alignment with your mission and values. The bottom of there is net wealth. And net wealth, we all in the world think it has to do with money. And I suggest to you that it has to do with joy and abundance. What really brings you joy in the world? You know, when I owned my speaker bureau, I met a lot of speakers making a lot of money, and a lot of them were not joyful. They said one thing on stage and something else was going on in their personal life. That happens everywhere. My first job, I was director of Head Start programs, working in nonprofits. And that's where I saw a lot of people who had little or no money and who were just as happy as they could be. So where's the alignment with that? Authenticity puts people over profit. And as I grew older, I met so many families who may not have had abundant wealth from a money perspective, but had abundant wealth from the standpoint of joy, which is really more important. Joy is long lasting. I find people who end up with a lot of money sometimes spend their life worrying about keeping it and how they're going to lose it. So what if the consciousness in your organization or the organizations you work for or that you consult for or coach for or train for are aligned with the consciousness of culture, allowing culture to grow, allowing employees to share their message, allowing values and the other things that I've mentioned? How would that change the company, and how would that still connect with DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and authenticity? Now, the last dimension over here is the expressive voice. And the expressive voice has to do with how you express yourself. Now, from a corporate perspective, the top one, legacy, has to do with recognizing natural gifts and talents. One of the most important messages that I want to make sure people get when I talk about authenticity is how important it is to understand the gifts and talents you were born with. In my youth, a lot of the conversation was, no, you don't use your gifts and talents to make money. Well, why do you think they were given to you? They were given to you to enable you to use them in the world to do what it is you were assigned to do. We're talking about coming to the planet with purpose. So what's the underlying part of your purpose? It has to do with the gifts and talents that you were given. So connect with those gifts and talents, know what they are, use them, allow them to come forth. And in a corporate environment, the question is, how is the company using the gifts and talents of its employees? When companies are dysfunctional, often it's because people are in the wrong position. You know, the statistics now say that 70 plus people in the workforce are not engaged. They're not happy. They're just coming in for the paycheck. But there's a big difference when you come in because you really care about the company, because you're aligned with the company's values, because you're able to fulfill your purpose within that company. Isn't that partly why you're an entrepreneur? Those of you who are, because it allows you to fulfill your purpose in the way you want to do it. So that's what the legacy gifts and talents has to do with. And so how are the company's gifts and talents shared with the community? So once you get your people aligned so that they're doing work that's aligned with their gifts and talents, how is that then shared with the community? Because it's the bigger community as a whole that is our market. And if we don't connect with them in a way that's going to make sense, then your opportunity for growth in the market share diminishes. I want to direct you to the work of Dr. Howard Gardner, who created the multiple gifts of intelligence theory. And through that, you can learn about the 9 gifts of intelligence he identified. Find which of them are relating to you. my suggestion to people is that if you're not working in the areas of your top 3 gifts and talents, then you're probably unhappy. But you won't know what they are unless you explore them. So that's the work of Dr. Howard Gardner and the multiple gifts of intelligence theory. And just as an aside note for my work with Head Start, once you get those 9 gifts and talents, look at your children and help identify their natural gifts and talents while they are young. Raise them by their gifts, not by what you think society is going to be needing when they get older. If they go by their gifts and talents, the architect of our lives, God himself, has a plan and knows what the future holds and gave your child the gifts and talents to be able to do that. So raise them by that. If you do that, they will never be without work, and give them the courage to be themselves. It makes a big difference. The next dimension is likability. In likability, we have their personality, but from a corporate perspective, business perspective, it has to do with brand, your marketing, and your PR. That's how you share yourself with the world. If you are not properly branded, one of the advertisers on the commercials that Dr. Kelly has here to give you some branding people. If you do not have a marketing plan, you need to have that. Those of us that are creative, we don't really often respect the importance of marketing. We try to do it ourselves. Maybe I know I did, and I finally fired myself from that a few months ago because it's not what I do. Creative types don't do marketing well, so stay in your lane. Stay in what's authentic for you. It also has to do with PR, the connection of how you're perceived in the world. That perception of how you perceive has a lot to do with your likability and a lot to do with how you're going to be successful in your business moving forward. It's a very important thing. It has to do with making connections and building rapport. Very important. And then the last dimension is lifestyle, which has to do with your habits and your day-to-day activities. If the habits that you're going through and the habits of your company are not aligned with your purpose and your mission, then you're out of whack. You're not balanced. You're out of alignment. You're not authentic. The question is, are the company values, are the company's habits consistent with its values? And how do the values and habits show up in the company? And you need to look at that because you want your habits, you want your values, you want them all to be aligned. The point with these 9 dimensions is that you achieve DEI when you have these 9 dimensions aligned. You can just start with one of them. Maybe your specialty is in one of them. Maybe I've piqued an idea in you that you can still approach DEI from another angle. You can use one of these dimensions, a combination of them. You can become one of our trainers. You can come and learn the dimensions and learn how to use them yourselves. I want to direct you and invite you to attend our webinar on February the 1st. We're having it at 2 times, 9 o'clock and 12 o'clock Pacific. And that would mean 12 and 3 o'clock Eastern time. And so the email address, the website address is Authenticize. And that's the name of my company, Authenticize. So you take the word authenticity that you see above my head, and rather than the TY at the end, you put a ZE. Authenticize means helping you to exercise your authenticity. What my company does is to activate your authenticity so you can exercise it. Authenticity is a word that's been used a lot in society these days, but it's very little understood. A lot of conversation about workplace authenticity. Well, I've spent 44 years understanding authenticity and creating a process and program for it. And we're very excited about the team that we put together and getting it out there in the world. So I would love to have you join us to understand about our Authenticize program and perhaps become one of our certified trainers. So it's authenticize.co, authenticize.co/CAA. CAA stands for Certified Authenticize Assessor -webinar. So that would be the link to register for the landing page link to register for the webinar that's next week. I'll say it again. It's authenticize.co/CAA-webinar. And I'll be telling you about the authenticity grid. You'll meet the trainer for the event. You'll understand how authenticity we're doing this one for coaches, particularly to certify coaches to give our assessment that's related to this. So you can give that assessment to your clients to help them become more authentic. So you're if an executive coach, a life coach, relationship coach, any type of soft skills coach, this could be very valuable for you. If you are a speaker or trainer, this would be an introduction to you to our program to potentially go deeper into it, because we do have other opportunities available, and we're ground floor enough that we have enough opportunities for people that may want to be with us and grow with us, because we're growing pretty rapidly now, especially now that I'm not the one running the day-to-day, and I have someone doing that because I've decided to get into my lane, which is more speaking and training and teaching and coaching. So wherever you are on your journey in life, on your journey to authenticity, on your journey to DEI, consider doing it from an authenticity way. Consider authenticizing yourself so that you can become more authentic, and then the people around you become more authentic. And the beauty of this, one more beauty of this, is that it also helps you bring your business more to an authenticity perspective. And when you do that, it's just amazing how your income generates. It increases because you're in alignment with who you are, what your company is here to do, and the bigger picture of your purpose on the planet. I'm Dr. Norma Hollis. I want to invite you again to authenticize.co/CAA-webinar. I do hope to see you on the webinar next Tuesday. I will be the one delivering the webinar. It'll be 60 to 90 minutes of your time, and valuable things, lessons you will learn, and I hope you'll join me. And I also hope that you have gotten a perspective on authenticity, about how you can still make a difference when DEI, just use a different angle, a different perspective. They won't know what hit them, but you can hit them and you can make it happen. Thank you so much. This genius is coming. It's great to be with you today. So I see our host hasn't made it back yet, so I'll just keep on talking. And I just want to encourage you to really look at your own authenticity and really look at how you are, for those of you who are entrepreneurs, who have your own businesses. I know the reason I started my business was because I didn't know where it was going. I was listening to my inner voice. I was following along as I was kind of guided from the voice that speaks within for my authenticity. I had no idea where it was going. I just knew I did not want to be controlled by any corporation, any organization, any individual. I wanted to be free to listen to my inner voice guide me to where my purpose was leading me. And I did that, and it led me to a very great path. We now have over a dozen people who are certified still in our program. I started certifying people many years ago. We now have people from multiple continents, Africa, from South America, from China, from Canada, the UK, Europe, all over the world, and we're growing rapidly. I hope that you'll join us at our webinar, authenticize.co/CA-webinar. And anything, if you can't find that, just go to normahollis.com and look around there. Thank you so much for your time today. And Dr. Enolia, you went away again. You can come on back. Be nice to see you again there, because I know you're ready to move on to the next round of speakers. I don't want to take longer than my time, because all these speakers are so fabulous with such information to share for you. It's been a delight to speak with you today. Thank you.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platforms, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.